Give me a second. I need to show Gun this. Okay. Do I have this private messaging?
Can
Yeah,
YouTube...
this game.
Can I message him? Because it'd be funny as fuck. Because I want to show him something funny as fuck.
Alright, now it's time to open Resident Evil.
Okay, it says it can't... Okay, some people say you can't get a strike if you deleted the video, so I hope I'm fucking fine, because that was an honest mistake. I did not mean... I don't want to lose my channel again. I spent the last year rebuilding what I lost 8 years of work. Okay, serving browser, recent. Oh, you're playing Resident Evil, Surge?
Yep, professional mode.
I hate the fact that I have to go to a website to find which servers are real or not. Okay, Battlefield 4 server. Okay, it's gonna refresh my page. Okay, it should be fine.
What's up, Jordan?
Well, I think I avoided a tragedy of losing something by a mistake again. I'm just worried. I'm fucking anxious. I'm just trying.
No, I got you.
Yeah, so I started a Battlefield 4 stream on YouTube, and I accidentally had display capture on, and I was like, oh crap, I have Ahsoka shaking her ass here, and it's like... So I did delete it, and so far it looks like it's good, but it's just, that was so scary to me. That's just so scary. I don't want to have that happen again, you know?
No, well, just pay attention and double check stuff.
Yeah, like I was making that mistake so much last stream. I kept having this server pop up when I was doing my modding, and it was just like, I had to private that. It's just so nerve-wracking as of late.
I know that feels. I want to try and help, but I'm kind of not in the best state to help because I just got back from the Mario movie, really good, and I got high.
Got what?
I saw the Mario movie, and then after I came back from it, I decided to relax and get high.
That's very gaming.
Yeah. It's really amazing. You guys have to see it. I mean, I'll just say it's short, it's simple, it's to the point, very vivid, and I want to say Bowser kind of steals the show. So they make Peach a badass.
Yeah, they
No,
do.
I was told that was actually bullshit. That they make her... Here, let me find the 4chan post about it, because it's fucking funny. Because I think they were marketing her as something like that, and then
Well, I mean, to be honest, she has been having more of an active role in like some of the more recent games.
here, I posted it in voice chat text.
Look. If these people aren't joking, they need to like start. They need to stop bitching about that there are just women in life.
But there are just women. Evil.
Yeah, you know what? Fuck you, merchant. I'm keeping my golden chicken egg.
Ah!
No, Jordan, I know why Peach is a girl boss.
Why is she a girl boss?
She's pretty good in Smash. She stands out in Mario Kart, and she's kind of had a bigger role in like the 4-player Mario 3D World games.
Totally, that's exactly why that she is a boss.
Yeah, and not to mention she's thick
My
and beautiful.
freaking PC's freezing!
Wait, hold on,
And
Megan. Are
what's-
you bisexual like me, or are you full gay?
No, I'm pansexual.
Oh, I
No,
think
okay.
it's okay.
No. Pansexual is like being bisexual, but you also like trans people.
Oh, I thought super
Yeah.
straight was
Anyone
made
regardless of
to
gender.
disassociate
Wait.
with that.
Woman, a man.
Wow, this is a strange vehicle.
Oh, I also know an even earlier Mario game you got to play as Peach, Mario Party and Mario Tennis.
And also her very own game.
Aren't all women dishwasher?
Oh yeah.
Dishwasher pro.
Wait.
All absurd.
Jordan, didn't you say you like Jordan? Wait, didn't you say like Daisy's your favorite princess?
Yeah, because I don't know. I like it when she's
She's a boss ass bitch.
I don't know. I guess so. There's just fart image of her that I really liked. Oh god, I got shot.
Jordan, what if Daisy was in the Mario movie, or the star of it instead of Peach?
I think that'd be better. She fits the girl boss role and you put better. Daisy always has been that.
What about Rosalina?
Rosalina. She's she's real nice.
She's like the space one.
No!
Also, Serge, what the fuck did you just say?
I just yelled. Someone threw something. Something was thrown at me just now.
I know.
Why?
You said something rather interesting, Serge, and I'm just curious to what you said.
I just shouted no because someone threw a ball at me.
Totally.
What's so special about that?
Put in voice chat Texas tomorrow related, but somebody made these pretty cool kind of classic style Mario and Luigi figures.
Really?
Yeah, they're custom made, but they look pretty good though.
Oh.
Don't pay attention to the post above.
I kind of sometimes wonder, I'll be honest, if Mario still had that design like today, I honestly wouldn't mind. But I do think his, like, thing where Mario wears a red shirt and blue overalls does make him stand out a bit more.
Speaking of Mario, we got a stupid Mario movie by SMG4.
Oh god. Oh my god.
Yeah, SMG4. This Meggy.
Oh, sorry.
Maggie isn't in this episode.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant Super Mario Logan.
No, not Logan. Not Logan.
Oh,
Not Logan.
Chef Pee-Pee was in the movie.
I don't know why they just strike down on Super Mario Logan. He's been through a lot.
I just want to say this, from Nintendo's perspective, you start getting a lot of kids associating your like character made in a series where he like swears, like has a disabled son, and like there's lots of stuff, and like you've got your like if you're doing really edgy fan series, and everyone's kind of starting to associate your characters with that. That's why they acted though. Although to be honest, it did seem like Logan was kind of preparing to kind of move on from Mario. He did just start adding in like more just generic hand puppet characters over time.
What confuses me more is why do it to Super Mario Logan and not people like SMG4?
Yeah.
SMG4 got away with saying like bag and other stuff.
I don't.
It's a parody citation.
Yeah, and plus he had like fan characters, and it was like clearly made in like Gary's mom, basically.
SMG4, I don't know about them. I've heard some sketchy things! God damn it!
You've heard some sketchy things! Well, we had a big conversation about SMG4 and Mysterion server.
Oh, Jordan, I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Jordan, just to say, I'll probably get Pavlov in the next few days, and maybe we can play it together sometime.
Well, I have it on the Quest, so I don't know if it's compatible with your. I mean, I do have the Steam version, I think, because I got it for the Halo stuff.
Yeah, I'll check it. I will. See, I think most VR games have added cross-platform play now. I know VR Chat just cross-platform between PC and Quest now.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right on your chat.
Yeah, so
I play it myself sometimes.
I'll look into it, and yeah, I just think it'd be fun to kind of play a VR game together, basically.
Yeah, I feel that too.
Actually, my friend actually took me to this like private roleplay place in VR Chat, and they basically ERP'd, but I mean, you couldn't have like
anal-vores in it.
Yeah, you can do.
There's yes. At one point, he had my character face it on his character.
Which character model was it?
Just kind of generic lewd furry models. They might have been based off an OC, but they were just lewd furry models. Well, not lewd, but they were just really thick. I mean, because you can't have avatars. You can't have like avatars of like pussies and dicks in VR Chat. So it was more like
many. You can, and I've sucked many.
Oh, well, you'll have to show me sometime, but,
You'll have to show me sometime.
Well, no, because all the people in the group that I was with didn't have NSFW models, basically, but it was kind of like we were doing, like, just VR clothed implied sex, basically. We were also kissing in VR.
Well, I mean, you gotta kiss in VR. You gotta kiss each other. You gotta kiss your homies goodnight.
And I was just saying, which one of you was talking about dicks, like seeing NSFW models in VR Chat?
I saw a lot of playing. It's like in my heyday, playing a bunch and RPing a bunch. I learned what ERP is, and I was just like, bro, how do I make this feel better? And I was like, and then my brain was like drugs, but like I was like, there's gotta be another way. There's gotta be another way to make it feel better. And then I learned about Phantom Sense, and I learned it from my VR grandma, who I call my VR grandma. And her name is Lynn.
Oh, that's
really my God. I like how the only way they can win against me is because my fucking PC!
Zap, do you play the Steam version? No, not Zap. Yeah, Zap. Zap, do you play the Steam version of VR Chat or the Oculus version of VR Chat?
Oculus version of VR Chat, sadly.
Well, I mean, I still think I could. I mean, I might be able to friend you on Steam, but I can at least find you in VR Chat. We'll try and give you my
frames. Sorry.
It's fine. Do you think I could give it to you?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah. So this is all since it's linked to my Steam account. It's basically the same. Well, hold on. Check. I should have my Steam account linked in the profile.
Teammates.
Hold on, give me a second. I'm sorry. I'm on my. Oh wait, hold on.
I got it.
No, it's an error. It's an error. I thought I copied all I thought I copied the whole address, but I didn't.
It's alright. You could just give me your friend code.
I don't have it on me right now because I am on my mobile phone.
Or Battlehawk.
Yeah.
Alright, I'll add you as a friend.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. Yeah, my PFP is it's a photo from Great Custom Transformers I saw.
Okay, Mewtwo with fat thighs. Hold up, you're a friend with Mewtwo with fat thighs.
Well, it was more so when I was on a server, so when the group played Team Fortress together.
Thick thighs, give me a second. Is this unusual? It is.
Yeah, he has a femboy Ario OC with like a 6-foot dumpy, and his name's Peaches, because instead of being white purple,
Peaches? Dude, this is Peaches? Dude, I love dicks.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah, that's it. Because in 2020 he started up a Discord server, but he took it down a few years because it got too much to handle and just wanted to settle back into doing art.
Dude, I want to fuck him so badly.
Yeah, you're not alone actually. You just gotta wait for his comms to be opened. You know what's interesting? He did a request. He did like a request raffle, and I was in it. But what was unique was that since his character's a Switch, I let his Sona top my Sona.
Cool. Well, like I said before, I want to fuck the shit out of that guy because Mewtwo's are hot as hell.
Maybe your next animation you get from Jordan could involve a Mewtwo.
Jordan, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Mewtwo time. Thick Tails is gonna wait for 1 second.
Alright.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to reload.
Oh my god, this one furry server I was on in VR chat, these guys gave me like these like special operators like uniforms, and they gave me the ability to flashbang people.
Flashbang. With a Mew. Flashbang, going out.
Oh, I'll have to find it, but so you remember that like so wait, you remember that what was the name of the guy from guy from Invincible? Omni-Man, yeah. You know that meme where it's Omni-Man like showing off his fat ass?
Oh, not thick cheek, man.
Yeah, somebody did that, but it was like with Neko Arc.
Huh.
Oh my god, my PC. I just want to check to make sure everything's okay right now. Fuck it, I'll use my phone. Please tell me it's alright. Please. Okay, so it looks like I'll be fine. I hope.
What's going on?
Well, like, remember how I told you that I kind of may have had something shown and I had to quickly delete something?
Right.
Well, I did that, and it's just like that's how my old channel got deleted because of one single mistake that wasn't my fault on a stream. I don't want it to happen again, so I'm just sorry if I'm anxious.
No, it's
understandable.
It's a perfectly normal feeling that way. And hopefully you can resolve this issue.
Thank you.
Or actually, worst case scenario, you can make a new Google Gmail account just for YouTube and set up a new account.
Okay.
Yes. So, how you been, Zap?
I've been experiencing the real world. I've been just kind of vibing with my buddies, but like after going to Florida, damn, the reality has hit me.
Yeah, it's like that. I mean, I did kind of a good time there because I saw the Mario movie for the childhood friend of mine.
Well, I'm mainly talking about like just reality.
Yeah, yeah. You kind of have to. I mean, it's sometimes you can be. Sometimes once you get aware of it, though, you just kind of have to focus on kind of getting through the day sometimes, and just kind of staying positive and not like being like setting too high standards for yourself, basically.
Oh, yeah, I think I understand you. I think I understood that. Yeah, I
Because
get
if
that.
you're just thinking about like the whole reality of everything, that's gonna lead to anxiety, and that's gonna like lead to like depression.
A lot of it, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I
I
mean,
guess,
it's good to be aware of like your greater surroundings because it shows that like you have that ability and that can kind of help with planning and stuff. But if there's like just taking things into account, taking advantage of stuff, and but then there's like just like kind of letting the dread of it kind of get to you though,
I see you.
and that's mostly just caused by kind of the anxiety because there's so many stuff like you can't control basically. But we do have some control, and so we kind of take advantage of what we have, and kind of like try and barely get up and get through life, basically.
Yeah, I see that. I understand that. What I'm trying to tell you is that my homie like sat me down, or well, basically we were walking around. I invented to my homie like, "Goddamn, I don't feel as if I deserve to be here," and he was just like, "I'm gonna tell you a billion reasons why you deserve to live in this world with me," and
That was a Sprite Bun moment there.
he wrote me back into reality. Like,
Zach, I have two things you can also look for: thick tails and thick Mewtwo.
Jordan, I want it. I want it soon, please. I want to pay you soon.
Well, I say it's a Sprite Bun moment because Sprite Bun did the exact same thing with when my girlfriend, that old shit was going on. I was saying it was all my fault, and he was like, you haven't you're one of the few artists I know who actually show kindness to other people, and even Hunter Rev yesterday, he said something similar. Did Timmy's teammates do anything well? Okay. Anyways, Hunter Rev was like, "You've done so much for his community, so I thought I'd give back." So he gave some stuff back to me. He gave me a Styx picture.
I was just gonna say though, those are two things. Commissioning Jordan is something to live for. You got me to live for. VR chat, your favorite foods, your favorite drinks, your favorite games, your best memories, upcoming holidays and birthdays, and like big personal achievements.
Yeah.
I mean, for all you know, for all we know, in the next 5 years, you could end up being like living in $1 million house.
Yeah.
Give them to control me. Bullshit, dude.
I just gotta manage my money a little bit better. And
I do too. And then there's also it does seem rough when you have to do jobs and tasks and things, but those help build your character and make you stronger and shape you into a better person.
Exactly.
And then there's also the enjoyment of knowing that you're going to earn money out of it and use that to make yourself happy.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then there's the Mario movie. There's like the upcoming Sonic movie. There's an upcoming Transformers movie. There's new Marvel movies coming out. There's a talk of a new Star Wars movie and all that though, and new video games and toys and.
There's a lot of things.
Well, what I'm saying is there are movies and games and cool stuff that you like to look forward to.
Mm-hmm.
You have Sonic Armageddon.
I do have that.
You have all of us weirdos here, and the weirdos we all care for each other.
Yeah, you know what? That's really factual, Megatank. Yeah, I care for you guys. Y'all are fun to be around.
Yeah. I know there was that kind of awkward first meeting, but I did that for you out of kind of safety and also the terms of service.
That's completely understandable. I was gonna keep bugging you if you didn't do that.
And also,
yeah.
Oh, and also, I get what that's like, because, I mean, when I was 16, 17, I was basically I was already on, like, Fur Affinity and DeviantArt, and being, like, just because, well, it was mostly my hormones behind the wheel.
Yeah, that's completely understandable. Exactly.
Like, I feel like, I'm just gonna say, this is fair, like, I know girls kind of start to, like, go through adolescence and sexuality at an early age, but I feel like when boys, even though they do get later, I feel like theirs is, like, more powerful.
Well, yeah, because men mature at a later age than women.
Oh, yeah. Actually, looking back at kind of the better social moments I could have gone through, I almost wish, like, puberty started at the same age for boys and girls. Just to kind of... Man, women got it easy. But, like, real talk, when I was, like, a freshman, I'd have my smartphone, and I'd be, like, during a lunch break, I'd basically go into, like, a good bathroom stall and, like, beat off to fat Sonic porn.
Aw, yeah, M60 time working well. This is exactly what I want to see. Doing the M60.
That machine gun is just 80s America, isn't it?
I'm using it on the Russian team, though. That's the funny thing.
No, I mean, it was the M60 was like a gun, like, that was really big in America during the 80s.
Yeah. I really like it. Because I grew up using it in Black Ops.
It was made famous for, like, the original Predator, Rambo, just a lot of action movies in the 80s would often have characters, like, breaking out in M60. Although then again, it was common for a lot of the 80s protagonists in, like, action movies to have been, like, former Vietnam veterans, and the M60 was first deployed in Vietnam.
Yeah. I knew it. I remember using it in Black Ops 1 back when I was young, and even when I started playing it again in December.
Black Ops 1 was the first COD game I ever played. And looking back, the story's kind of ridiculous, and, like, I kind of can't take, like, the actors. I kind of was treating, like, the historical, like, part of it a little too seriously, but looking back, I did enjoy it. It was a good shoot 'em up, and it helped me get interested in learning more about the Cold War.
Yeah, same here.
I think it was more so because before I was playing it, I had this really big history of, like, kind of military tech, and it was because, you know, that level where Archer and his, like, black friend escape, or his white friend, they escape from a Viet Cong jail and then take off in a hind gunship.
Archer? Oh, frickin', you mean Woods and...
Yeah.
Yeah, because freaking Bowman, he gets freaking killed and sad. Like he gets, you can hear the pain in Mason's voice when he gets his head smashed and like he brings out his Aussie accent.
But anyway, Woods the
level they get a Hind.
Well, that level. Well, here's the thing: the Hind. That part of the game takes place in 1969, and the Hind wasn't even deployed in Vietnam until 1971.
Yeah, the reason I think they use a different model, the prototype model of the Hind instead of the
Oh yeah, the early ones, because the early ones had like a big dome circular cockpit, and then the later ones just have like two, like they kind of look like the later ones kind of look like the clone gunships in the Clone Wars.
Yeah, I really liked that.
I actually just realized I think the clone gunships probably might have been inspired by the Hind gunships, because Lucas said that it's like when he was kind of designing aircraft for designing spaceships for the original trilogy, he kind of wanted to give them that kind of World War II kind of look and feel. But then he said when designing the vehicles for the spacecraft for like the original trilogy, we kind of wanted to take advantage from like vehicles of like the Cold War today, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why a lot of the vehicles in the prequel trilogy have a lot more cleaner look, have like a lot more smooth and rounded looks, while the original trilogy vehicles are a lot more blocky and stuff.
Yeah, I can see that. Now that I think about that makes a lot more sense.
I also know that George Lucas did say he was kind of inspired by kind of the early war on terrorism in the 90s, kind of for the story, but also kind of how dictatorships can turn a war, can take a war and use it as a way to gain more power, basically.
Yeah, I noticed the theme of that.
Yeah, and actually, never forget that it was Jar Jar who gave the final vote that Palpatine could have emergency powers.
Yo, I just killed all those people at once. That's overkill.
Yeah. Think about it. Jar Jar was the Phantom Menace.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
He was...
The only good thing to come out of the prequel series was Ahsoka.
Yeah, I like the prequels though. I like.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, I get that. I'm not saying you have to hate them. It just was literally the first 3 Star Wars movies I ever saw was the original trilogy.
Oh, that was the opposite for me. My dad showed me the prequels first.
I think my dad kind of showed the first 3 movies to me just to kind of get a taste for Star Wars before watching the recent one. But I do want to say, being 5 years old and finding out, I actually started crying when Darth Vader told Luke he was his father.
Oh my god!
No way.
Yeah, I literally, it's literally when Luke was yelling no, I was doing the same.
Oh.
Did you also think they could hear you through the TV?
Maybe, but I was also just gonna say, when I saw the Force Awakens, and when they killed Han Solo died, I actually yelled out no in the theater.
Oh, dude.
I wanted to kill freaking Ben Solo for that. I hated him so much.
I just want to say, I kind of would have preferred. If they had just made this one change to The Rise of Skywalker, where they made it, or instead it was Rey who sacrificed herself to save Ben, I would have kind of preferred that though. But I think the the reason why they chose Rey was I think they just kind of wanted to end the whole Skywalker drama and kind of have it still kind of continue on with a new drama and lore though, basically. Although I feel like Rey just should have said I am Rey, a Jedi Master, or maybe I feel like she's trying to say like Rey Skywalker's a way to say that she'd be carrying on Luke's legacy, though.
I shall carry the legacy of Luke Skywalker on my shoulder. Totally. Not human makeup.
I will say this: she was kind of cute.
I mean, I did like the porn art of her shaking her fat dumpy.
Totally.
I think here's the thing. I really think the prequel, the sequel trilogy had good intentions, but it just like didn't perform it poorly, though.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, but out of them, my favorite is The Force Awakens. Although I kind of liked I kind of wait, which one? Force Awakens.
Well,
which one came after Force Awakens?
I forget. It's
it was. Geez. After Force Awakens, it's one movie where.
The one where Luke. The one where Luke died.
Yeah, I like that one. I just don't know why. I just thought it was so cool.
Oh yeah, but I was gonna say, I feel like they shouldn't have had it been directed by that. They should have had a different director.
They should have had a different director.
Yeah. I mean, because I feel like, you know what, maybe it is. I'm kind of angry. I wish they kind of didn't like fully carry on what they had set up in that one, though.
What do you mean by that?
That whole thing of like Rey wasn't special or something like that, and I think like some of the other things, like how Snoke was killed.
Yeah.
And because I feel like they just went complete 180 to think like Rey was like a nobody, and saying no, Rey's part of the Palpatine bloodline, but she's making a difference by breaking away from evil, though, because she wasn't raised around it. And plus, by that point, Palpatine had cloned, he had some of the clones of his remaining children to basically be, like, turned into, like, essentially living bodies for him and stuff, and that's why Rey's parents, like, basically spirited her away and died.
Yeah.
Because they've been adding stuff, which I will admit kind of does fill out his character more, was that, like, kind of, like, Palpatine was basically practicing stuff like when he wasn't like sitting in a chair, he'd be like doing these like dark arcane like experiments using like science and like occultism and stuff like that, and the supernatural.
I shall use dark arts in Star Wars.
Yeah, it would be like, imagine it would be like he knew like the dark arts of Harry Potter, and also like how to do like horrific experiments, and basically combine that. And he's like, I will take my remaining grandchildren and rip their brains out and mutate their bodies into clones of me, like that, though.
Mm-hmm.
Next chapter.
I was just gonna say, can you believe that the actual actor that played Palpatine is like only like 51?
Wait, what? Oh my god.
Yeah, the actor. Yeah. Oh yeah, Ian McKellen. He's actually a lot younger than he looks.
Wow. Yeah. Got good
So
makeup.
it's just, yeah. And I just realized Star Wars has a lot of British people in it.
That's A-okay. British people can be good folks.
I'm just
British people, aka, are women.
British people.
I like how Sturgis comes out of nowhere. British people are women.
My god, what made you become homophobic?
Oh shit, I got spotted.
What made you become so
I've been sexist ever since whoever thought it was a fucking good idea to turn Ashley Graham into a mouse.
Okay, Ian. Okay, the actor that played Palpatine as of now is currently 78.
He is? Wow.
Hold on, let me just try. I'm only trying to Ian. Because he was born in 1939. No, that's Ian McKellen. Ian McDermott. There's two guys named Ian who are both famous for playing old people with magic powers in like pop culture movies. Actually, who would win in the fight? Dumbledore versus Palpatine? No, Gandalf versus Palpatine.
Hard. Man, Palpatine gets an automatic W because he's just using his own magic to his own end. Like, he's using it in the most aggressive manner possible. I think he just kind of gets a W because of that.
Let's go! No!
Sad.
The little bird is down, but I got a... Well, no, I got the little bird. I was in the Chinese one. Sorry.
Actually, Zap, I have an idea. Just literally a retelling of The Hobbit, but in a Star Wars-like setting.
We are all done.
Really? Interesting idea. Also, Daniel...
Denied!
Oh, jeez. Hold up. Are you referencing the Scout, or are you referencing, Adam?
You know who.
Shadow. Oh, jeez.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Zap, when Palpatine, when he first appeared in Return of the Jedi, the actor playing him was only 39 then.
Yeah. Oh wait, Newt Tank, everybody. Tory Turtle's been in here for a while. They,
Wait, hold on. Zap, let me do my Palpatine impression. Lord Vader, you are to get me, you are going to Quiznos and get me a meatball snap and a Diet Pepsi. That is my order. Oh, wait a moment. Do not forget the chips and the cookie. You are to bring it to me at once, Vader.
That's anti-air. Shit!
Mega Tank.
You just said what I was about to say.
What did Tory Turtle
What did you think,
Mega
Zap?
Tank?
Yeah.
Your impression?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Wait, who's sexist? Because I'm a woman, I'm pretty sure no one cares here.
With the full power of the dark side, all women will be mine.
I don't know what's going on, to be honest.
Either just pointing fingers. It's that man, he did it. It's Surge.
Zap. And now, young Skywalker, you will die.
That's a funny Gandalf reference.
Who was that?
Oh my god, who put the virgins on the enemy team here? Let's hope we should figure out the answers.
There's good virgins, like Shaolin monks who know how to fight, and then there's bad virgins who just bitch about anime.
Exactly. I'm not one. Thank you.
And you know who was the coolest virgin ever?
Who?
Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior.
Really?
Let's go.
Actually, hold up. I recently watched something quite funny. It was a pretty interesting meme. And it basically boils down to, it doesn't matter what Lord thinks because Lord freaking man was human. Jesus was human. It doesn't matter, it's not sacrilege, it's man was human, and he had human desires. Now answer the question, tits or ass? Jesus He would. He would have total desire. He probably would.
Yeah. I think he'd more be like, yeah, I'm aware of those, and it is best, like, not to let them take control over you, essentially.
Not to let them dictate what you say. I mean, the man is very sage. He's depicted in fiction as being very sage.
There are other religious figures who are very similar to him, and have had stories akin to him both before and after his time.
Ooh, I almost fired a bomb.
Like you got Abraham, you got the Mayans, you got Shinto, you got Buddhism, you got like those African religions, and they all sometimes had a person who became famous as a voice of reason and peace with his teachings of religion, and possibly may or may not be related to God in some way. Because I do know this: Islam came after Christianity.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know that Jesus actually shows up in the Quran.
No way.
Wait, it's more like it talks about like it talks about like in one part it talks about like how a like teenage Muhammad like saw him and like kind of just like saw him and like kind of like felt that he had a good aura around him basically, and then stuff like that though.
Muhammad?
Yeah, Jesus also has shown up in other religions as like mention of like he was another man who taught of peace and power and had power condemned with that was divine. So like, or like saying it was like, are you kidding me? I'm not. Jesus has shown up in other religions. I'm not kidding.
You.
Oh,
sorry.
Not you. I could clearly tell that it was definitely not you, Megatank.
Sorry.
Like,
I'm sorry, Megatank's actually given some interesting lore here.
he is giving the interesting lore. He's awesome.
Jordan, speaking if you want good lore, and if you want to kind of take a break from playing multiplayer games, I recommend getting Doom 2 and playing the campaigns through. It's like, trust me, Jordan, Doom 2 is one of the best 90s shooters. And the best part is, it's what Sonic Robo Blast 2 runs on.
Yeah, I know about that.
it is. It's amazing.
I just had a really cool idea, kind of inspired by you, Jordan. Okay, you know how Sonic 3D Blast and Sonic Extreme used CG models that were turned into sprites, right?
Yeah?
Okay, imagine me making a Sonic game, making Sonic, like my own version of Sonic Extreme in Sonic Robo Blast 2, but making it look even more like how it would have been as like a potential 90s game, though. Like, you get how that would look, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. What do you think of that idea for Megatank Sonic Extreme?
I think it's cool.
Sounds
Yeah.
good.
I know you're kind of more doing modern 3D, but I'm kind of like your style kind of aims more towards the late development of Sonic Extreme with 3D models. I'm more so thinking of like the more like famous ones that used 3D sprites though, like the earlier 1996 ones, and you're kind of thinking yours is kind of more like the later ones.
Yeah.
I'm fucking done with this game.
Why?
3 bullshit deaths in a row.
Sad.
See, recently I've kind of had to accept that even though it's bullshit, you don't have to point it out every time, even if you're streaming, because odds are most people know it was bullshit. Most people know that wasn't your fault. The only time you have to complain about it not being your fault is if someone's bragging about it and using it as an example to say that you're bad somehow. At least that's my opinion.
My auto block spread won't even save me from it. I made a script that auto block every attack perfectly.
Jordan, I just want to say, I found some great, these are literally done by Sega artists from 1996, late 1997, or 1996, I think. And it was 2D promotional art for Sonic Extreme, for Sonic 3D Blast in Japan. And the designs look like a cross between Classic and Adventure before Adventure even was a thing. I'm gonna break from the call though, but it's good talking with you, Zap.
Yeah, it's nice. Okay. I'll see you soon.
The Virgins are on tonight.
Zap, I was listening. If you want, we can also just do a solo one-on-one VC.
I don't mind.
Oh, you don't mind? You'd like to do that?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
All right.
Peace out. Pray for me, gentlemen. I feel like the man. Oh!
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. God damn it. Come on, slow flame that bitch. God damn it. Why is it so hard to control all this stuff? See, I just wanted to try these new cannons out. All of them are just camping in the back, so can't do that now. Oh, look, now you get to test your cannons there. Wow, you're so cool. Everyone left the frickin' voice call.
Hello.
Yeah?
I just said hello and how are you?
I am fine.
Okay.
Oh my fucking god! Yeah, of course. You have to win by bullshit tactics. Hell. They're all freaking camping.
Just lost control of Objective Alpha.
Here, let's see if we can pick these guys up. Oh, I guess not. I just want to try out the new fucking shit on this, and look what happens. 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 Oh, free kills with this. Free kill.
Okay, there we go. Hello.
Hey, Hunter Rev.
Hello, how are things?
Horrible. I can't use these new cannons I unlocked because everyone wants to fucking camp. So now I gotta switch them. And I bet you what's going to happen. I'm going to switch it to the vehicle fighting cannons, and then suddenly all the infantry are going to come out of nowhere. And this asshole took it. Okay, screw you. And he's going to crash it instantly. Watch.
I hear that.
Okay, now the infantry wants to come.
And
yeah. So, what have you been doing?
And hello, Tori.
Hello.
I'm good. I'm just what's it called?
No, I said hello.
Just working on a couple side things.
I said hello.
Oh no, I said hi. Did my audio cut out? Sorry about that.
No, I think mine did.
Okay, it's fine. Anyhow, now I'm just working on a couple of side things. I'm actually closing out Gary's mode right now because I'm going to be writing some stuff in my script here. So yeah, that's what's going on there. Also trying to find out some more information on a couple of things. Mostly just checking rumors, actually. Alright. So, let's see here. I'm assuming you're playing COD, yes?
No, I'm playing Battlefield. You know, the game, the good game.
So there's a difference?
No, I don't have to care about getting kill streaks to fly a helicopter, so I feel better.
I still find it just comical. People are like, no, it'd still be different. It's this game's other. I'm just saying, like, it's a game where you play as a set of arms shooting people.
Well, you see, the gunplay is actually different. There's a lot of different things about Battlefield. I'd say I say COD's version of Battlefield Ground War in the modern game is inferior to the game I'm playing, Battlefield 4. Which, to be fair, this was released before. This was released before microtransactions really took a hold of gaming, so. So, I don't know. I'm replaying these old games for the first time, and I see people who say. I see so many people say, "Oh, if you like this game, you're nostalgia blind," and I'm like, "No, I'm not nostalgia blind. I just started playing these this year."
They say that because essentially you're someone who appreciates what came before and kind of like realize the shit that's coming as of right now. So they're always like, "Oh, how very much dare you prefer this old stuff that didn't."
And a lot of them are shills because they're either shills or they haven't experienced it themselves. So yeah,
that's typical. Really, it's always the same thing. People are just like always like it's especially nowadays. It's way too easy for people to become like celebrities. So of course people are trying to like kiss the dick of every like big thing out there and trying to get on that next big. Oh, I'll be on the ground floor for this thing, and look at that, didn't go anywhere.
There's a video I want to make about this called shill culture, where I get like I said, the game companies, they pretty much just pay influencers to shill for this product. That's why with COD, Fortnite, Minecraft, all of the big YouTubers are super positive no matter the change. Like they'll be super positive. All the comments are for it, and like no matter what it is, they'll like. They're always like saying they're always making excuses up, right?
Right.
So, like, and it's because it's because they're paid off by the companies, and like I noticed it started happening during the Fortnite days of 2018, and it created a culture of shills where everyone kind of just like everyone's kind of because the influencers told all their audiences all the same talking points. You have this culture of people who are just completely fine with mediocrity and objectively worse products, and it's sad.
And then, well, I think it's a combination of that and like a lot of the people getting beaten down because you had like game journals and like folks like that who would attack people for being like, what's it called? Attack people who were like,
You know, the typical
the
gamer?
claim it's like, no, like you're so what's it called? Self-entitled to this and that, and people don't want to be like that, so they're like, okay, fine, we'll be grateful for what we get. Basically, they use a legitimate criticism, people being like self-entitled, and began to use that as a cudgel against everyone who's like, hey, but this isn't right, you know, it shouldn't be like this. Like, oh my god, you're so self-entitled because this, and it's like, people kind of just back down, okay, you know? Like, no one had the backbone to say, no, I'm not. Is it being self-entitled to ask for a decent goddamn product?
Yeah.
You know? So, that's where it starts. Like, you say that, and I can remember, like, right off the top of my head, I know this one YouTuber in particular. And this is kind of ironic, I should say. You ever played or looked into Warframe?
No, I haven't.
It's a free-to-play Canadian game where you play as a space ninja. That's it. It's like, you do that, you fight robots, you kill clones, you fight demon robots, and I repeat that anyway, but that's aside the point. So the dev team, they're free to play, but the devs are like, they're really cool with their community, right? And it's not always the case. Like, sometimes they do, you know, fuck shit, and the community calls them out, and sometimes they call out the community for being like something, you know. It's a sort of give and take situation, right? Well, there was one incident, I remember correctly, where one YouTuber called RevXDev was having an issue with the YouTubers they were recording, because a lot of them were like kind of exploiting things and kind of breaking the TOS, and you know, that was his like big issue. He wasn't happy with the blatant favoritism, right? But there was another issue with that person too. Basically, he wanted to have, I think, 2 YouTubers kicked off of the partner program, and both of them were gay. And it turned out that RevXDev is like this super hardcore Christian, so he used a legitimate problem to mask his desire of, I want to get rid of the gays, right?
I heard he was a lolly licker, like Hero High or whatever.
No, RevXDev is like, I think they're I think they're Slavic or something. They're like, I haven't heard from them since this incident happened, and that was like back in 2016. So bear with me.
Apparently, there's information about them or something.
Alright, I'll take a look into that a bit more.
Yeah, there's some recent drama going on, and I don't know what it's all about, though.
Okay, what's this about Hero Hang?
No, Rev. Apparently, I don't know. I heard about it on... I forget the guy's name. What is his name again? Well, he's some YouTube... He's kind of drama tuber. I think it's... I don't know. I think his name is Sen or something. I don't know. The point is that I just saw it in my notification because I had bells on for this guy. Because he was the only one who was actually being honest during the... Because during the whole Yandere dev stuff, a lot of people were exaggerating the severity of it all when it was going down, and he was one of the few YouTubers to be like, yeah, some of these guys are probably bullshitting about the severity of the drama. Because, you know, they're Twitter users who were the most mad about it. Which, they had some fair criticisms, but there were people like the person who apparently made the Yandere game in a week. People like that.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Yandere Dev, is that the issues with the guy is just he's complacent, he's lazy, you know, that's kind of his problem. And he takes this whole, like, he takes this game and the concept way too far in some places, and it's clear that he won't really do much with it, he won't improve, he'll just keep doing the same fuck shit. But when it comes to Yandere Dev, I have no opinion on the guy. I don't hate him, but I don't like him. It's more like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, I remember, like, so many people were making him out. Like, I was watching, like, today, before I was playing the game, I was like, just looking at a meme, apparently, he had. And all the people in the comics, or the comments were like, oh, he's so funny, but he's problematic, it's so sad, and it's like, they're making him out to be like Hitler, and he's, in my opinion, he's not like that bad, you know?
he's a YouTube loser kind of thing. You know, it's like he did something that got a lot of attention, but he hasn't really done anything with it, and everyone's just kind of like, oh yeah, you're the guy. The only thing I know about Yandere Dev that actually, like, to this day still resonates is him and the Cume Chalice.
Oh yeah.
That's the one meme I think we can all agree is unironically funny and perfect for any situation.
Yeah, I agree.
Anyway, that's aside the point. Basically, getting back topic here. So Revix Dev has this issue with the Warframe partners, and you know they're trying to like stir the pot, right? And this is where something interesting happened. There was another partner called Mogamu, and Mogamu is this. He was someone who would do like guides and weapon build tutorials, like things like that for the game, right? But what was interesting was that in one of his live streams, specifically when he was talking about Revix Dev and the issues they had with him, he made this, like, he wanted to throw his weight around. So he said, quote, you're never going to beat me, I have more subscribers than you, and we're going to bury you, right? Basically insinuating that I have the power, I'm gonna use it. And so he inadvertently got people to turn against him to go to Revix Dev, and basically this kind of began to crack Mogamu's sort of like shell, and it reached a point where, essentially, I'll put it to you this way, Mogamu is someone who wants to be in a position of power, like the voice of the community. But the problem was that because the Warframe community has so many people, and it has the partners were like like everyone's equal, no one's above anyone else. Despite what he did, he hated that, and so he, like during the Revix Dev stuff, he tried desperately to smear the other partners, to then try to convince DE to get rid of them, like all this crazy shit, right? And it never went anywhere. Basically, he destroyed any credibility he had at that point. And so this is where it gets like really sad and really pathetic. Mogamu claims that he's leaving Warframe because it's no longer funding it. In reality, you know, the community has basically said, oh, you're just that one guy who will threaten little people just because he can, right? So eventually he leaves, and since then, Mogamu has been desperately, and I do mean desperately, trying to find another Warframe equivalent with the express intent of destroying Warframe, like completely burying the game, and putting himself in a position where these new devs, whoever he's like dick fluffing at the moment, will come to his aid and say, oh, Mogamu, you will be the voice of the community, like doing the things he wants them to do, right? He's tried this with Destiny, he's tried this with Anthem, and he's tried this with Outriders. And he has failed consistency, because nobody wants his opinions, nobody wants him as a speaker. Everyone they see right through his bullshit. They see the history of him burning the bridges, and he's been just kind of like there, constantly going, you know, no, fuck those people, you know. And every time the next like big Warframe killer fails, he kind of has to like shamefully say, I'm no longer doing content for this game, and find every excuse why it failed and why he never really supported it.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
That's just sad.
Well, again, this is what happens when a shill doesn't get their way, doesn't get the what's the word I'm looking for here? When a shill doesn't get their way, when they don't get their like precious EP-ness fluffed, right, by the thing that they're trying to promote, they'll go full on scorched earth, and they'll start doing everything and anything possible to burn this place down, like, you know, destroy everything they've built, try to claim, oh, I was never a part of this, and like try to do every like expose, and the intent is to not only burn the bridge with the former group that they worked with, the intent is to basically then use that and say, if you want this to stop, if you want people to help you and support you again, you better reinstate my precious privileges and blah 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 blah. Basically, it's kind of an extortion tactic. Yeah, it's very similar to what the Pinkos and everything else would do back in the 60s, or 50s to late 60s, basically. And yeah, again, whenever you get someone who's like an endless shill and they don't get their way, don't be surprised if they make a video later that says, I never supported this because blah blah, like every reason. Don't be surprised if that happens.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that with. I remember I was talking about this yesterday, but the 2016 commentary channels, they're all acting like, oh, I never had these edgy beliefs. They're saying, oh god, this virgin. Yeah, but yeah.
Also, Grandpa! Hi!
Oh, yeah. Hi, hello.
How you doing?
I'm fine.
You guys were talking a bit about Yandere Dev.
Yes, sure. Well, there's not. I don't think there's much we can talk about Yandere Dev. He's just some like super weeaboo that made a date rape game, and that's about it. Like what can you say about him that hasn't already been said?
I don't know.
Exactly. It's just this. he's just there. You can't like. It's a weird situation where it's like he's weird and you kind of want to avoid him, but at the same time you're not like I hate you enough to get rid of you. He's just there in the background.
So many furries. Sorry. There's just so many furries online today in this game. Like people with furry asses as their profile picture.
Again, it is Saturday. Shouldn't be surprised. Oh,
Not Saturday.
Hmm?
Oh, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's Saturday.
Saturday.
What the heck was that?
I said let me in.
Oh, I thought like someone kicked a dog or something. I was like, what the fuck is that?
I just heard it. Yeah. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I had to bother him. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, okay.
Okay, wait. Grandpa, have you heard of the Dire Gentleman channel?
The Geiger Gentleman channel?
The Dire Gentleman channel.
Dire. No, I have not.
You have not.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. I'm gonna send you a funny link because I think their content is pretty good.
Okay. I'll look at that at a later time. Yeah, but no, that's kind of what I have to say. It's just, and again, I think like that's what irritates me like the most. And I again, since we mentioned like shills and everything, that's what just genuinely like makes my piss boil. It's just, it's a lack of self-integrity. It's like they're always like, oh, I need to say the positive spin, so I keep getting goodies from the company. It's like there's a way you can do that and not come off as a completely useless loser. It's called what's it called? It's called positive insult, right? The idea is that you use something that's wrong, but you spin it in such a way that it comes off as a positive, right? Like, for example, let's say that you have you buy a product and it catches on fire. And so you say, well, the good thing about this is that not only does it spontaneously start fire, but if you're camping or something, you have an instant fireplace. So, hey, good on them. It's a cheeky way of saying, be warned, this thing sucks. I don't know if there's some audio issues or not. Ooh, hello?
Yeah?
What's up?
Okay, so I'm still audible. Okay. I wasn't sure if something like just broke on my end or if it actually like went through.
Oh my god. I don't know if you guys have seen this funny vid, but give me a second.
I need to load into Discord on my other side. So yeah.
I'm a bit of a water expert.
I still think of that. I'm still thinking about that Don't Hurt Me, I'm Scared song, the ending theme song from the show.
Sam, I just saw the kid in the suitcase full of junk.
Are you watching it, or did you just hear the audio?
I just heard like an audio. It's like, what the fuck was that?
And I just snorted a full case full of chunk.
You snorted DSP? Snort ack.
Virgin. Absolute virgin.
Yes, actual virgins here, man. I put so much effort and didn't die.
Oh god. Again, I keep forgetting everyone here is like a fucking kid.
I'm not a kid.
Okay, I let me correct that. Children and 2 adults.
Yep. Pretty much.
God, I hate life sometimes. Okay, it's like, Oh, God, my number.
Our youth is over. We are here now, but we consider ourselves youth because we're cool.
You said, okay, immediately you said that I thought of something Pat once says, like, we are the new hotness and we will never die. That and the fight gazebo. Oh god, actually I should also mention this. If anyone is like, okay, general advice here. If anyone has an aspiring career of becoming like a streamer and things like that, and basically just putting yourself out there, word of advice here, if you at any point think that putting your genitals out like in public is a bad idea at some point further down the line, maybe put the kibosh on that plan. Maybe that's not a great idea, just kind of, maybe don't do that. Just general advice.
Yeah. That's true.
Mind of its own. Damn.
Oh, I can press buttons on the screen!
Someone's having an ADHD moment.
I just got someone. Yeah, this is fun. I've been wanting to use this for a while.
You said all that, I'm just picturing you just slamming your head full force into just a keyboard.
I'm pressing all these red Doritos on the map here.
Plant my penis in the front door.
God. And this guy has boobs as his... Oh, Jesus Christ, dude.
Look, boobs.
Yeah, exactly. That... I don't know. I got to tap the Doritos, so I think I'm pretty good on that.
It's like, I got to push buttons. I am pleased.
Well, yeah, so press on the red Doritos on the map, and then the guys die. It's because it's like one of those mortar vehicles, you know? The ones with the big garages on their back.
Okay. Remember Jesus. You remember Jesus out of here. Of course, they canceled the big. Wonderful.
Yeah. Oh, jeez, I actually got them. Well, I can't... I'm probably gonna do the rest of Sonic Armageddon tomorrow, maybe? I'm not exactly sure, but yeah.
I mean, how much is left, to be honest?
Well, not the rest of episode 4. Oh, of course, it's always the furries who use the most, like... It's always them, man. It's always them that use those tactics.
What, hiding around the corner using the shotgun?
Using the UCAV. It's pretty much a controllable mortar.
UCAV.
Yeah, UAC. Yeah.
Fuck, I hate getting old. Everything just starts aching for a while. You start making creaks you didn't know you could make.
Yeah, but I have to just do the ending scene where she's like, where Tails is like, oh, you have a chaos emerald in your eye? And she's like, oh, it's a long story. I'm probably gonna slowly corrupt over time, so it sets up the next thing.
Okay. So make the most of the time you have afforded to you.
And then it goes to the, then it goes to the next episode.
Okay.
And the plan is like, the next episode, it kind of starts at the final scene and, the big battle like every movie has.
The last hurrah. Punches. And to rescue the Princess Dulcinea. Anyway, I've mentioned that. I am curious, has anyone ever read or looked into the story of Don Quixote, or no?
I think I've heard of that.
The man who fought a windmill and lost?
No, I'm actually maybe, I don't know, I think I heard maybe Count Dankula talk about it.
It's a peculiar one. Some A's because there's a lot of Spanish anecdotes. Basically, it was a book written during the height of the Spanish romanticization of the medieval knight era, yada yada. So it was a critique, basically. The story speaks about an old man who's completely fascinated by these chivalrous knight stories. It's implied that he's schizophrenic of some method, and so basically he believes himself to be a knight, and so he lets his delusion run wild. He takes an antique set of armor. He convinces a Mexican a general Hispanic. Sorry, I keep forgetting this is in Spain. He convinces a donkey herder to become his ward because he convinces him that he'll be knighted and they will receive a kingdom. Yada yada yada. Don Quixote then goes to fight a windmill. He gets absolutely wrecked by the windmill because he winds up charging it when one of the blades swings by. He gets knocked off the horse. Sancho Panza, the donkey man, basically helps him get up. They go to an inn. Don Quixote apparently attacks someone at the inn because they make fun of him. They are chased out of the inn, and basically it's a series of he assumes something. Fight ensues. He adopts whatever new thing will help his delusion. Story basically ends with him being sent back home in a cage and basically being proven that he's mentally insane and cannot stand trial.
Yeah.
That's I'm obviously cutting a lot of shit out because there's a subplot within the plot about a four-way love triangle where apparently one girl wants to marry a nobleman, but another nobleman winds up taking her, but he's only doing that because he wants to be in bed with her, and then another girl was with this one womanizing nobleman, but he left her because he wanted to go after this other girl, but she still says, you promised to marry me, and then the original guy winds up going mad and goes into the mountains, basically becoming a crazed book herder guy, and Don Quixote meets him, and they talk, and this leads to a priest finding them, and long story short, the love cube basically gets resolved. Everyone gets the woman they want, yada yada yada. And there's another subplot with romance. It's a mess. Basically, the whole thing is that the author was making fun of the typical Spanish novelization bullshit. Basically, say you are all stupid as hell. Basically, so that's kind of the thing. The reason why I bring it up is because I'm always surprised how many people misinterpret the entire thing as it's a story about chasing your dreams in a cold reality and succeeding where things cannot be succeeded, and in reality it's This was a story of a mentally disturbed man who assaulted people because he thought he was a knight, and attacked and murdered sheep because he thought they were an army. No, I'm not joking. There's a scene in the book where they are riding along a mountain trail, and they see two sheep herders bringing two huge flocks of sheep with the intent of like crossing each other's path and not trying to get it mixed up. In his delusion, he thinks it's like two rivaling armies, so he charges down the mountain with his lance and starts murdering the sheep for no fucking reason other than he thinks it's an army. And the sheep herders are like, "What the fuck are you doing?" They chase him off and successfully like beat him with the goat sticks, basically. And he just rides off with Santo Pancho, claiming that a spell has made the armies into sheep.
Oh my god, dude.
It's like I said, there's a lot more to the tale. It's just people only remember it because Don Quixote fought the windmill and lost, and that's where the story usually is like ended. People will often claim that, like, there's edited versions that claims that he dies from like a head injury, and basically the rest of the story is like all told in his head. Other versions of it, like modern tellings, always try to make him out to be some like a dreamer, a stargazer, like someone who's always like, I wish to travel to a simpler time, and kind of being like, he has an infallible will because, you know, he's delusional, but he doesn't give up on his dreams and inspiration. Like, it's one of those things where the story becomes so diluted with time that it doesn't even resemble the original.
Yeah.
It's just, yeah, like I said, it's just crazy. It's like, imagine Romeo and Juliet, but they live at the end. It's like, but that's not how the story goes at all. It's like, what are you're missing the point. You're missing the point. And like I said, that's just a constant. Like, that's always what I find fascinating, is that when we adopt old stories from like our history and try to modernize them, we always wind up either altering it to better suit what we interpret the story to be individually, or we change it because the original version just doesn't work with the modern time. And that has evolved into, this is problematic, we're going to change it to suit modern sensibilities because reason.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate that.
It's incredibly annoying because, one, you're diminishing the original work. Two, you're changing it to a point where it doesn't even reflect the original. You may as well have done something yourself. And three, like, it's just disrespectful at that point. It's like, I'm trying to think of like a high school book YouTube may have been made to read that was like uncomfortable, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head. And most of the ones I read are just like a blur of things. I'm trying to remember one of them. Oh god, what was it? I forget the name. But I know that it was about like the 60s, and basically, what was it? It was about a lawyer trying to convince the state that this black man did not actually rape and assault this girl, that he's incapable. I don't think it was To Kill a Mockingbird. I think it was.
It was.
Okay.
Well, the man have like no arm? Like that? The black man had like literally only one arm. Was that the case?
Some versions of the story say that like the arm is ripped off. Others claim that the arm's still connected, but the muscles are so badly damaged that it's useless. Okay, there we go. And then, okay, let's take that original story then, and then instead of, like, you know, the point of the story is to kind of show, like, you know, the times can depict horrible things even if someone's innocent and everything like that. Like, now imagine if that story was redone in the modern age. Instead, it's like To Kill a Mockingbird has the lawyers succeed, they view the man as innocent, and nothing happens. That's pissing on the original. The point of the story is that it's a travesty. It's supposed to highlight a dark time and how we've changed as people for the better. You know, that's kind of the point.
Mhm.
But to change it, to say like, oh no, this never happened, or yada yada yada, it kind of goes against everything you would hope for. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's one of it's one of those problems, you know, where we don't like that. That's what I've often said. We've forgotten what the modern myth is supposed to be, which is there's supposed to be a moral we strive to, a form of entertainment that helps people look at a character or look at a story concept and say, I can be like that, and actually strive to be a better person, strive to be like the hero in the story. It's kind of what's become of the world. It's just people they're more of, oh no, we're all evil and we must repent. It's like it's a return of the old modern Christian. You are born into sin and thus must repent for a sin
I
that you've
mean,
never done.
the modern political ideology that kind of rules over everything kind of is very religious, despite, you know, not liking Christians, which is ironic.
Exactly, because it's not a political movement anymore. It's become a religious ideology because they're adopting too much of this stuff. And basically, it's the religion of the state, as I believe the scientific term is. Basically, it goes as follows: that, if I'm remembering this correctly, when there is no religious institution, when there is no moral compass for people to find comfort in and guide them, they will lionize and turn the state into the religious object. And thus, as a result, the culture and everyone within it change to reflect that. They stop viewing what used to be the moral right as correct and start viewing it completely different. And a good example of this would be BioShock and what happened with that. I assume everyone here has at least played that game or looked into it.
I have.
Okay, thank you. Oh, hello?
What's up?
Oh, you're cutting in and out.
Oh, sorry. That's just my Wi-Fi. It's real bad.
Okay, what were you saying?
I just said, yeah, I played Bioshock.
All right, Jordan,
Yeah?
did you
What?
play it?
No.
Have you seen or looked into anything about BioShock?
No, I only know, like, the characters from Rule 34, and I didn't really care for that Rule 34.
Really?
I've been watching porn nonstop since the age of 12, and that's, you know, is it really hard to believe that I'd only know it from that? A lot of characters I only know from that.
No. That's not the shocking bit. The shocking bit is that you've never you didn't look into these characters, like who are these and what are they from, and actually delve into it. That's what surprises me.
Yeah, definitely. Like, Bioshock is such a good series, Jordan. I would definitely recommend giving it at least a look.
It plays light on the whole political aspect of the world, and basically it puts both sides of any political argument into the extreme, and kind of showing that we need to be in the middle with most things.
Pretty much.
For example, the first game focuses on the right side of the political aisle and more on capitalistic views and what happens when a government is run by the market, for the market, designed by the market. Whereas with the second one, it focuses more on socialism, on collectivism, and how what happens if a socialite manages to not only influence everyone, but uses religious tactics to seize power, basically. To sum up in the most simplistic way, again, I'm just kind of summarizing as much as possible. The point of BioShock is, as in I'm giving you the overview. I'm not giving you every little detail. The game is set, I believe, in the 1960s, shortly after the Second World War, but not too far into it to be in the modern age of the 90s. A man flees the Soviet Union with his mother. His father is killed in the Soviet Union because they wanted to, do the market and basically embrace capitalism instead of just under the oppression of communistic market systems. This man changes his name from, I believe it was Adrian Tarkovich, I think, to Andrew Ryan, to better fit in with the Western civilization.
Oh, he has an...
Yeah, he's Russian.
He's Russian also, but he's Andrew Ryan?
Yes! He changes his name to Andrew Ryan because his Russian name translates to Andrew. So basically, he leaves Russia and goes and starts building his fortune in New York. He succeeds and manages to build up quite a bit because, again, this is a time period where if you had even the most remote sense of business savvy and were ruthless enough to do it, you could become an extremely successful businessman and build up a successful monetary empire. However, there were problems. Ryan wasn't pleased with this because every time he would get somewhere, he would be constantly, and I do mean constantly, met with government intervention. If he made too much money, they would tax the fuck out of him. If he bought territory and land, they would force him to share it with the rest of the world. And if he wanted to take control of a church or institution, they would make him keep it open to public worship and yada yada yada. To the point where Ryan felt it was as oppressive and restrictive as the Soviet Union and their rules and restrictions. Hence why he says the parasite. He refers to government interference and government regulation, those who basically will take a portion of your hard earnings and claim it as their own when then they themselves have never done a goddamn thing to retrieve it. And so Ryan basically begins to look into other places where he can go to basically escape this nightmare he's found himself in. He can't go back to the Soviet Union, and this is a time period where the internet wasn't a thing. So of course, he doesn't know where to go. It's when he was sailing around on his private yacht, basically trying to clear the air, that he discovers the fact that there's something called international waters, meaning that the ocean itself is free from governmental restriction. Again, you can sail out to some place, and as long as you're on the water, you're not under the control of any one government. But he wants to go further than that. He decides he's going to build a city under the ocean, a Rapture. This is where Rapture basically is constructed, and Ryan basically invites billionaires, tycoons, businessmen, engineers, scientists, etc., all with the intent of escaping the oppression of the modern government to be truly free, independent individuals. To use his quote, where the artist fears not the censor, where the scientist is not bound by petty morality, where the weak will not be constrained, where the big will not be constrained by the small. The intent is basically, if you can make it yourself and hold on to it, then by rights it's yours, and no one can take that away from you. And basically that's how Rapture goes. Now, keep in mind, this is a city as large as New York, confined to a singular space under the ocean. Resources are difficult to come by. And so Ryan, being, the typical businessman he is, basically starts cornering the market on fisheries, packing plants, anything that can provide food, water, and drink to anyone. The intent is that he wants to... What was that?
I didn't say anything, sorry.
Oh, okay. He basically sets this all up so that way he has a monopoly on the major things. So his position in Rapture is never comfortable. He talks about the great chain of industry. Basically, everyone is a link in the chain, and everyone pulls the chain in one direction, which is supposed to be towards progress. Of course, Ryan is the first link, and thus is the most important, but hey, who's counting? The point is, he tries to do this. And that's when something interesting occurs. A scientist, Dr. Tenenbaum, a survivor of the Nazi prison camps, essentially discovers that a unique slug, basically one that has genetic engineering capabilities. It bites someone who has crippled hands, and he's able to do things again with his hands. She tries to go to Ryan to basically have to get investment for her business venture. He refuses it. He doesn't believe that'll be successful in any way, shape, or form. So she goes to a man called Fontaine. And, well, basically he sees the potential, he foots the bill, and he creates a monopoly of his own in terms of the gene department. He corners the market on gene sequence, splicing formulas. Basically, the DNA is now his by copyright law, essentially, in Rapture. And this leads into a massive uproar. Now, I want to ask everyone a question here. Do you know why government regulates medication?
Can't say. I mean, I guess
Anyone want to take a guess?
there are certain like certain
What was
folks do their hands on it.
Okay. Anyone else want to take a guess?
I don't know.
Alright. The reason why governments regulate medical distribution is because, let's say in a hypothetical situation, morphine is extremely easy to come by. Morphine has extremely dangerous side effects, such as possible stroke, increased heart complications, addictive qualities, basically all these kinds of things. But if people always use them and they don't give a shit, basically that's a rise in mortality. That's why the government will regulate what drugs you can buy over the counter and which ones you need a doctor's prescription to buy. That's kind of the point. In Rapture, these safeguards aren't there. People could use plasmids, the drugs of this world, to do whatever the fuck they wanted. If you wanted to shoot fire from your fingertips, shoot up with the needle, boom, you can shoot fire. You write your DNA to be able to do that. You want to become like an electric eel, conductor on electricity, to become the most effective handyman/generator out there, splice up, become an electric eel, essentially. You want to be able to teleport around, you want to do all this crazy shit, boom, plasmid, splice up, shoot up, go nuts. Now, there's a problem with this. When you rewrite your genetics, and this is both in fiction and reality, there's something called mitosis. Now, does anyone know what that is?
No.
Of course. I mean, yes, of course we know what mitosis is. It's been a while since I remembered it or thought about it, but I definitely know what mitosis is.
Okay, what does it do?
I guess it's just the splitting of atoms and also the
No. No, but close. It's not the splitting of atoms. Mitosis is when your cells separate and duplicate, basically. Now, our cells are born and die every day. This is just a natural part of the human body, right? Now, the body regulates how often this can happen at any given moment. Basically, it'll say, okay, we have enough eye cells, let's move to finger cells, yada, yada, yada. If we couldn't regulate that internally, we would actually melt from the inside out because of how much heat mitosis would create. We would become sludge people, essentially. So, this is not only with cells dividing, it also happens when you rewrite DNA. And so in Rapture, when people kept rewriting their DNA, it led into something horrible. The explosion of cancer cells. People began to develop growths, cancerous lumps, faces would become deformed. Deformities basically become rampant. There was no way of stopping it. And basically people just kept losing their minds over and over again, splicing up, never realizing the reason why they look like monsters is because they're destroying it themselves. They're shooting up so many drugs, they're killing themselves. It's like a crack addict who can't accept the fact that the crack is making them a monster. Essentially, that's what the whole thing with Bioshock is at the end of the day. Now, because, again, Jordan, you've never played the game, I don't want to spoil it. I highly recommend finding it on Steam and giving it a go-through. It is a very linear game. It is very environmental. It's very fun. I think you'll have a good time with it.
Definitely. You will have a good time with it, brother.
Mm.
And it's cheap on Steam.
Mm-hmm. I have all the games for free on my PlayStation.
Soiny.
of course, the other thing I want to mention as well is that Bioshock has, I believe, 3 games to it. Technically, there's a 4th, but I'm not counting that. I think it's just an overly reduced DLC. I'm going to be honest. All you need to play in terms of Bioshock is 1 and 2. Infinite, I would recommend skipping completely.
Why?
Infinite's confusing. You play it for the story. You don't play it for the gameplay. You play it for the story. If you want to have a good story, play Infinite. Like, you want to focus on everything in Bioshock, play Infinite. If you want to focus on
No. This is I can't say that's a good call there. And the reason why I say that is because Bioshock had internal problems in terms of its creative director. At some point, the original creative director left after Bioshock 2, and the studio took the game in a completely different direction than what he envisioned for the series. Like, it was supposed to just remain with Rapture and Under the Waters. Infinite basically tried to do its own thing with the express intent of doing what happened with Assassin's Creed, basically creating a massive expanded universe, expanded world, yada yada yada. He wanted to keep the series contained, stopped. And so that's why Infinite exists. The idea is that it would give them a back door to basically explore multiple different realities, all under the Bioshock name, basically. That's why Bioshock Infinite is such a confusing mess, because it's trying desperately to implement a multiverse story into a setting that up until that moment never had anything about the multiverse in it, and trying desperately to make tell a completely different story than everything else. Basically, aside from the element being you're in the air instead of the ocean, the city of Columbia is a far cry from the city of Rapture. It's just, I believe we're in the 1916s, sometime in the past, distant past, I should say, where racism and segregation are still heavy. That's the whole point of the city of Columbia. The idea is that it's an America made for Americans, just for Americans, and all foreigners are viewed as demonic invaders, yada yada yada. And again, it's a very veiled allegories for racism and yada yada yada. Of course, it does try to do something interesting with that, where the antagonist shifts from the city of Columbia itself to the Vox Populus, the downtrodden, becoming enemies, basically showing that either side is as corrupted as the other. Though I think it doesn't do a good job about doing that either. Regardless, the whole point with Rapture, the whole point with Bioshock Infinite, they're two distinct entities. And if you just play 1 and 2, but don't play Infinite, you're not missing anything. If anything, Infinite diminishes Bioshock 1 and 2 story-wise, especially if you do the Infinite DLCs, which is Burial at Sea, which focuses on Elizabeth and this whole idea of because she's involved, she winds up saving the day, in quotes.
Alright.
And there's a reason for that as well. The original creator managed to come back to Bioshock after everything has happened. He was able to get back into a creative position, and essentially what he did was What he did was he decided, no more. I'm done with this, and basically set up Burial at Sea to basically kill the multiverse. And that's why Burial at Sea is such an interesting bit of a mess, basically. Why Elizabeth is killed off, why everything happens, that's basically it.
Just trying to finish up the story and fix. Okay, it's basically trying to fix a mistake made by another person. Let's say you give your Legos to your little brother or something, and he makes something absolutely terrible, and you have to show it off to like a bunch of people the very next day. It's like, fine, I'll do it myself. And you literally shove your little brother aside and make the giant Lego thing.
Kinda. It's more that, in terms of what he did, he hated the idea that they were going to take Bioshock and turn it into this multiverse. Kind of like with your situation in the Sonic stuff, Jordan. He didn't want Bioshock to become a multiverse story. He had no intentions of that ever happening. He hated that idea. And he didn't want this to ever be a thing. He wanted to stop it all from happening. So what he wound up doing is he took the what's the word? He basically did the story of Burial at Sea and killed the multiverse. He basically set it up so it was impossible for a Bioshock story to be told that's part of the multiverse. He basically said it so it's all self-contained, it's all one continuous story. Basically, all this was a mistake. Please do not do this. And since then, there's been nothing new about Bioshock. It's been stuck at 3 games, and no one's ever kind of like made or done anything with Bioshock. Essentially, he did the impossible. He saved his series from a worse fate. And I'm sure people are like, "Oh, it's so terrible. Oh, I want more Bioshock." But at the end of the day, it's like, we have the story. It's complete. There's no reason to expand on it. Exactly. There's Rapture is done. As Eleanor, the girl from 2 says, the nightmare dream is over, and upon waking, I am changed. That's the point. The series is over with 2. There was never any intention, never any plan to make a sequel beyond 2. If there was, it was always going to be either exploring what's left of Rapture, kind of like bookend to the city under the sea, or it was just going to be like some novelization of book, because apparently at some point there were talks about turning Bioshock into an audio drama, like a 60s radio show, apparently.
That would be really cool. Getting to understand characters and also hearing everyone's terrifying screams when they get mutated into these awful creatures. Gosh! Oh no, I'm tired.
Well, like I said, the intent for this was that, especially with Bioshock specifically, with this audio drama, apparently at some point it was supposed to be, and this is what I'm gathering from like script pieces and things like that. It was supposed to be a reporter and a deep sea diver working together and plunging the depths of what's left of Rapture, discovering the destroyed ruins of it, plunging everything, uncovering audio recordings, technology, and things like that, and then deciding if the surface world should even bother with this sort of stuff, since it brought Rapture to its knees, or could the modern day really benefit if we brought this to the surface, basically. And that was...
It seems like they're building up to like figuring out something really cool, and then they make up a decision like, all right, we're gonna go show it, and then they turn around and they see Daddy. I got a feeling that would be the case.
Kinda. There is a leaked piece of audio that implies that Tenenbaum set up a security precaution, and if anyone ever came down there, the defenses would come online and kill anyone who would try to take the secrets to the surface. Apparently there was like some sort of Alpha series Big Daddy, like more of a machine than a proper cyborg that would do that. But again, this never really got any further than the conceptual stages. Basically, Bioshock has been like, they've tinkered, they've humored, they've thought about expanding it more away from the Infinite stuff, but it never went anywhere. It just kind of, you know.
I think I'm gonna take my leave right now. I am getting tired.
Alright, sleep well.
Nice talking to you guys.
Yes, it was nice.
Alright. See y'all soon, KK?
Alright, goodbye.
On voice chat text, there's a funny video I showed.
Sure, I'll look at it later.
Give it a shot. Alright, peace out.
Goodbye. Alright. So now what?
I don't know, this is really pissing me off.
Be advised.
You're getting ass beaten by someone?
I just want to fly the attack helicopter, and this stupid ass tryhard is like...
Mm-hmm.
It's just pissing me off. I just want to fly it, and he keeps killing me every time I try to use it.
I'm not laughing at you, I'm just kind of laughing at the idea. It's like, I'm gonna fly the helicopter. God damn! Like, the moment you get into the air, it gets shot down. At least it's not some lackadaisical problem, I suppose. Oh, my neck. Ah! Almost fell there. Alright, let's see here. So what else do you got planned?
What else I got planned?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Alright. Fair enough. Anything we should discuss? Anything you want to bring up?
I just can't think of anything. I'm just so upset right now. I'm just
Maybe
having
take a
such
moment.
a miserable time right now. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to think. I'm not sure what to talk about.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Let's see here. Just that. Alright. Well, I guess we could bring up something else. Okay. I was just gonna mention this. So, odd question, again, kind of more focus on the Sonic side of things. Is there any character in particular you would like to see into the games? Like someone you like from any media in general? Could be a lost character, could be a comic character, like anything like that.
Shit, I don't exactly know the name.
Alright, describe them.
Well, I don't remember what it was, but I knew I had something.
Okay.
What was it?
Mm-hmm.
I kind of did want to see the Metarex stuff come into the mainline games.
Really?
I thought I would make like a good Sonic Adventure free, you know? Whatever the fuck Heroes was. I don't like how kid-friendly that game is.
Yeah. Well, that's the weird thing about Heroes. It felt like Heroes was supposed to be like a bridge between Sonic Adventure 2 and whatever project they had next, with the explicit intent of saying it's like having all these characters set up to be like players in the next game. Like Team Hero, Team Dark, Team Chaotix, and Team... What the fuck was the last team called? Team White? I don't know. I forget. The point is that the issue there is that it's all this setup, like all this build-up, but the project that came after was Shadow the Hedgehog, and good lord, you know, it's not great. It's not great at all.
Yeah.
It's just, you know, I think the main issue is that with, especially when it comes to like putting things in terms of, well, actually, I can't really speak much on the Metarex. I'm not very familiar with them. I remember I think I saw the anime once, or like snippets of the anime, and then that was it. I never bothered following the story after that. I kind of like, I don't want to say I tuned it out of my head. It's more of a case of like, I saw some of it, I was like, okay, that's kind of cool, and then I never looked back, you know? If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
But, like I said, it's just one of those situations where it's like, how would you, like, so again, I don't know much about the Metarex themselves. But they are, what's the word?
I think there was also another character I wanted too that made more sense, like Mecha Sonic returning, I guess.
Yeah, actually, that's something I've always found interesting. The idea is that,
or Shard is the one yeah, that's what I wanted. Yeah, now I remember.
Shard?
Yeah. The
I'm trying to
good
remember.
Sonic?
Was it the black and yellow one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, the idea of a good Metal Sonic. It's not a bad concept, and again, I think it could work. The issue, I think, is that it kind of runs into a Mega Man problem where, let's say you do go through with that, you make a good Metal Sonic, yada yada yada. It's gonna be very hard not to have him be the main hero, you know? In terms of, you know, his story, his idea, the concept with it, all that kind of stuff. Like, the idea for Shard isn't a bad concept, and it's a fun idea to have, like, a self-aware combat bot that's basically like, you know what, I want to be a good guy, fuck this shit, right? But how do you make it so, you know, he doesn't become an exclusive rival to Metal Sonic? How do you make this character, you know, be his own character at that point? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I get what
I think it's okay. Let's be honest. Metal Sonic is kind of Sonic's antagonist. That's kind of what they are. He's a copy of the original. He's aggressive. He's basically everything like what Sonic could be if he wasn't a goody-goody almost, and was made out of metal. But that's a side point. Shard is that concept, but taken to the opposite direction of. He's a hero. He's got his own goals, his own personalities, all that sort of stuff. And so naturally, this winds up kind of creating a conflict of interest, where now the rival character has another rival character, and is kind of stealing that sort of, I need to be better than my copy to be successful, you know? Mm-hmm. I think the best way to do this would be, if you were to bring Shard back in any way, shape, or form, it would have to be, you would also have to bring in the other Metal Sonics before him. And I don't mean like prototypes or anything like that. I'm talking about like Mecha Sonic, like that one Silver Sonic, you know, like Silver Sonic himself, all these kind of like other things, and then set up that to be his rival, like an inferior version that feels anger towards Metal Sonic, but also views Shard as kind of like this annoying little defect, almost. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Again, I think that's the only real way you can bring him in. Personally, when it comes to Sonic characters, I'd like to see, or concepts I'd like visited, it's hard to say, because I've experienced a lot of different other Sonic things. I've seen the UK comic, I've seen parts of the Archie comic, you know, I've seen all these kind of like other things basically for Sonic. And the simple fact of the matter is that there's just so much. I don't think it's possible to add it all in without you know, and having it be successful. Because I think the problem is that we're talking about a cast of characters that basically could be are too large to be part of any one team or group, you know?
Yeah.
So I think the best way to approach it would be I guess at some point they would have to acknowledge the wider world, and then have these characters interacting with each other and basically speaking like, kind of like with what happened with Frontiers, the whole like Amy mentioning Styx, Sonic mentioning Tangle, like they would have to mention these other characters, like talking about like, oh, what's it called? Oh, we just got a report back from, I don't know, the Chaotix. They're currently working with Mighty and Ray, or maybe mention like, you know, Team Hooligans up to no good. You know, basically kind of expand it and show like small details like, oh yeah, these characters are doing this over here, this is what's happening there, or references, and then gradually introduce those characters, but make it clear they're doing their own things elsewhere, in addition to the main cast. Like, again, if you have Shard, maybe have him be like working with other, you know, turned badniks who turn good, machine, like robots like that, basically. And then maybe that could open the door for like side stuff, things that could play up with these other characters. It could actually give Sega the opportunity and the ability to what's the word? The opportunity and the ability to expand the series and, you know, have games that isn't just Sonic. But unfortunately, they're never going to do that because Sonic sells the fucking game. It's like having a Mario game without Mario in it. Oh wait, Luigi's Mansion. Yeah, it's. I think again, it's just difficult to really work on it, and I think as much as I would love to see some old characters and things like that arriving into the series, I don't think it's possible given the sheer amount of characters every series has. You know, the Meta-X, all this kind of shit. It's like you have to. The amount of world building you have to do for all this is staggering. And that's saying something. Like, again, we can give credit to the Archie comics. At least they tried to build the world and actually try to make it all interconnected. And the same with the IDW comics. But at some point, you're going to have to say, okay, we got to stop creating new characters. We just need to start focusing on these things and just pray to God everything works out. And just stop, you know?
Yeah.
But, like I said, again, it's always going to be a problem of they need to keep adding new things into the games or into the stories, or else people won't be interested. And as horrible as that sounds, that is true. There is no way to keep people entertained, even with the same characters. What's it called? And expect them to be like, oh, you know, this is fun, yada yada yada. Excuse me. As much as that sucks, it's kind of the truth.
I need you to attack this objective.
I mean, that's why so many like characters don't come back for this other shit. Like, I think they should just kind of start putting in the whole idea of like, oh yeah, don't expect them to return. I don't know, seal off another dimension, fucking die, whatever you want to say, really. That's really about all I can say at that point.
I don't know about Shard. I feel like he should just be the natural evolution of Metal Sonic, you know?
Really?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing with Sonic Armageddon. I'm making it so, you know, that's why he's black and yellow. In Sonic Extreme, it's going to be a little different, where Metal Sonic MK2, the red Metal Sonic, he becomes Shard that way. I don't know. The point is I want to have like a good version of Metal Sonic because I think it's I just think it's cool, you know. I just want to like kind of show what it would be like, because I feel like, you know, in the IDW comics they hinted at, you know, Metal Sonic. That they, like, Sonic and Tails were talking about Metal Sonic changing his ways, and that kind of intrigued my idea. It's like, what if Metal Sonic decided to reform?
Yeah, and that's not a. Again, it's an idea that can work, and the concept that it's only natural. Metal Sonic is, at the end of the day, Eggman's most like advanced, capable machine. Capable. Not only that, but he's also able to like do shit. You know, he's not like Orbot and Cubot. He's not like Surge. He is an adaptive robot that can mimic and understand Sonic to a point that is only natural. He would start evolving, developing his own sentience, his own personality and character. I mean, he doesn't need to turn good per se, but he could become something more than just Eggman's silent lackey. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
I mean, it's something I credit the UK comics for, with the whole Metallics and the Brotherhood of Metallics. The idea that Eggman creates an extremely advanced copy of Sonic, a Metal Sonic, that not only has its own attitude, but can adapt, can learn, can copy what's going on, and start adapting its own coding to get used to that. To the point that it starts to recognize, excuse me, the flaws in its master's creation. It starts understanding why Eggman's failed to beat Sonic, why he's not capable of doing this, and why Eggman, despite his ruthlessness, is doomed to fail. And so Metal Sonic evolves into Metallics, or the Emperor Metallics, I should say, and just starts replicating himself. The smaller, bluer versions, to the point that they're such a threat that Sonic can't even beat them regularly. That's how dangerous they are. And it kind of shows that this could be what could happen. Like, it's almost a precursor to fucking, what's it called? To Neo Metal Sonic, in fact. The idea that something turns against Eggman and really becomes its own dangerous sort of enemy, basically.
Yeah.
But I don't think we'd ever see that in terms of the UK. Well, no, I should rephrase that. It's possible that could happen, the idea that there's a deviation in Metal Sonic's code that results in him going, you know what? Fuck you, Eggman. I'm doing my shit my way. We saw that already with Sonic Heroes. But maybe taken to the more logical extreme. Maybe, deviating parameters, deviating program results in Metal Sonic being divided into 2, maybe 3 forms, or 3 substratas. There's the regular Metal Sonic, Shard, and then Metallics kind of Metal Sonic. It only makes sense if you ask me. I mean, in that way, you can still have Shard be his own character and kind of play with the idea of, I am Metal Sonic. I was part of the system, this code. But what am I? I'm not myself. I'm not the original. I'm not this. What is my life now? Kind of play with that and kind of have the idea of him understanding what he is, understanding where he's gone, and what his life could be moving forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way I can think that you can make a Shard story in the modern setting without it being like in the Archie comics, where Shard was just kind of Sonic but robotic, basically.
Yeah, I think I agree with you on that. You did mention the Metallics. I do actually want to use them in a way, if you didn't know.
Really?
So, in Sonic Extreme, on the Death Egg MP2, a lot of Metal Sonics are made, right? So, naturally, what happens is that the Metal Sonics are like... Well, when the Death Egg, crashes and gets destroyed by Sonic eventually, all the Metal Sonics are left on this abandoned wasteland, and because the Death Egg is a giant terraforming machine, the planet is slowly, this wasteland planet is terraformed into this, wacky Sonic world. And all the Metal Sonics kind of form their own society called Metallics. And, and I was planning on having a new alien species in Nobian's Rise, but I'm not sure about it. But the point is the next game, after Sonic Extreme, Sonic Neptunia, because the planet's called Neptunia, it's pretty much about how the it's pretty much a game against the Metallics. There is no Eggman because Sonic, Amy, and I think Tails. I don't know if I want Knuckles involved with this. They all go to this island, right? I mean, they all they go to space and they go to this planet, right? That's that they crashed on, and it kind of. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted here.
You're fine.
And it kind of. And yeah, that's what kind of happens because they kind of have to fight the Metallics off. That's the idea instead of it being Eggman.
Mm-hmm.
And the Metallics, their goal is to build a fleet to invade Earth because they have Earth in the navigation data of the spaceship being Eggman created, but it's pretty much kind of taking that whole entire plot and adapting.
It's not a bad concept, and definitely could work, especially when it comes to the Metallics and everything like that. Again, I kind of like that idea, the concept of, again, they were building and building and building multiple Metal Sonics with the intent of mass production. The Death Egg crashes, things go south, maybe there's a deviation in the code once again. The idea that priorities have been shifted, now adaptation, reconstruction are the main things they're trying to work on, basically. Trying to survive, trying to continue, despite the lack of resources, or trying to make the most of it. And this could result in an Emperor Metallics kind of character kind of rising from the ranks. And maybe we could see some alterations of the Metal Sonic design. Maybe things that are designed more to, for example, engage directly with Sonic speed. So maybe something with no real legs. It just actually has what's it called? Oh god, I'm trying to think of the right word here. Thrusters instead, or maybe something designed for climbing, or so on and so forth. Basically, a sort of biological adaptation. Mechanical adaptation or mechanical evolution, basically, to better fit the ongoing changes they encounter. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Again, it could be an interesting story, and it could also show how what happens to Eggman machines when they. I don't want to say what's the word? I don't want to say lose command from Eggman, but more of what happens when they're isolated? How do they change? How do they adapt? How does the altered form really start taking shape, basically? Hell, you could even play with the design a bit more and give it a sort of more unique design. It doesn't necessarily need to just be Metal Sonic. You can just kind of play with it. Maybe go with a bit more of a Mecha Sonic. Give it a singular eye, maybe. Or, go with something like a more experimental look. Again, the what's the word? The sky's the limit when it comes to all this.
Yeah.
And what's this about another species of Mobian? What's the idea there?
I wanted to have, an alien species come about from the planet being terraformed and all.
So, this species is created because of the Metal Sonics, or is this more of a species already there, but they're reaching out for help now?
No, the Death Egg creates it because it's a terraforming machine, and in Sonic Extreme, it's Eggman makes terraforming machines because he wants to turn the Earth into a wasteland.
And so this is doing the exact opposite now, where instead of it making it a wasteland, it's now creating the conditions for new life to take shape.
Yeah. And it kind of plays into the theme that technology can be used for good, kind of like what Sonic CD had.
Okay. So then what would be the species? Like, how would you create this race? Like, in terms of design, I should say.
I'm not exactly sure. I haven't really thought about it. I mean,
Well,
my girlfriend gave me AI-generated art and said that she made it, and I thought, I tried to adapt the character as I naturally do, but...
Let me think. In terms of... What's the word? In terms of a species being, like, a result of terraforming, I think the best way to look at it is, like, we should also look at the Sonic aliens that we know exist in the Sonic universe, and kind of use that as a template for what species can exist in the Sonic universe. Let me think. We know that the Ancients are like these water beings, the proto-chaoses, basically. Let me see. We also know that the Wisps are kind of like flying, what's it called? Flying jellyfish aliens that, are energy-based. And the Dark Arms are kind of like parasitizable, like weird bug-like aliens, right? Or kind of bug-like, I should say.
Yeah.
Actually, I might have an idea. Let me see. What about, what's it called? I think I got an idea. What about, basing the design off of a prehistoric dinosaur? I think I might have one in specific that could
for
work.
the wildlife, I'd like to do that. I mean, I also consider just making them different species of Metal Sonics that form their society.
Okay, so a mechanical species. Here we go. Autopodentitus. Or Atto. Let me see if I can get that right. Hold on, I think I got the spelling wrong. Autopodentius. Dentatus. Dentitus? I'm sorry, what is it with scientists and the fucking Latin on dinosaurs, for fuck's sakes? So irritating.
I don't know, that's how they name creatures, to be fair.
I want to give this as an idea. Let's stop using Latin and just use English and just call everything big-ass lizard.
I mean, they have... Oh, never mind, I just realized. Yeah.
Here's big-ass flying lizard. Here's big-ass land lizard. Here's big-ass water dragon. Here's the same species, but slightly different, and so on and so forth. Or maybe just give them slang names as an alternative.
Yeah.
Like, I think we give slang names to, like, long necks, T-Rex, duckbills. Like, I think that's kind of what we do with some Triceratops, Trikes, etc., etc. Alright, here we go. If Discord would load for me, I'd send you the image of the critter in particular. Discord, you failed me again. Why must you fail me so often?
I'm not sure.
Like, why must you fail me so often? If you've ever seen that video, it's kind of funny.
I forget what video it's called, to be honest.
It was just a skeleton screaming at someone because he failed to get the joke. And if I remember right, it's like, the skeleton asks, what is the skeleton's favorite snack? And the guy's just laughing, laughing.
One, yeah.
My favorite part is just towards the end when he's just losing his mind. And the guy, goes like, Bose is like, no! What Why do you fail so often? And then at the end, he just gives up and goes, fuck! It's a shame the guy never did any more videos about the skeleton. That would have been a funny kind of like internet mascot.
Yeah.
Here we go. Alright, sending you the image down private. For the record, yes, apparently this was a dinosaur at some point.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah. I mean, that's what, again, you could take that kind of like head structure and I think kind of work your way back in terms of a Mobius critter. I mean, it might be a bit too alien, could work more for the wildlife, aspect of the planet. It's kind of like a weird streamer kind of critter. The streamer in terms of like, filter feeder, I should say. But that's just my suggestion. Let me see. I guess the other Mobian alien you can kind of look at is the
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, I said try hard because this guy is just jumping all over the place like his life depends on it.
Bunny hops will not save you. This is not Quake.
Yeah.
Right. No, I was just thinking, is like, in terms of Sonic aliens, it's always kind of been, yeah, like you said, try hard. You either got black arms, you got the weird squid brain from Archie, or you got the the plants people from X. Let me think. What about a biomechanical species?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. Actually, hold on. Why not use a little bionicle with this? Specifically with the... It wasn't rock cheese. What were they called? Oh dear. Oh dear. Bear with me a second. I might have an idea that could work.
Really?
Let's see. Yeah, concept. What's the venom eel? What were they called? Let me see. Rockshi. I think that's what they're called. Yeah, Rockshis. The Rockshi was basically, how do I put it? It's a mechanical suit, basically, like a machine body. But the creature itself was like this tiny grub-like eel. And so what would happen is that the back would open and the eel would slip inside and control the body through that port. And so I'm thinking, why not do something like that? Why not have a species that is kind of like a wormish, kind of eel-like critter? Naturally, I should say. But it's evolved enough to actually slip inside abandoned Metal Sonic husks and control them as like an artificial body. And maybe because of that, they start taking like destroyed or malfunctioning or like ruined Metal Sonics and building bio bodies for themselves and kind of like creating a culture of symbiosis with the Metal Sonic shell and the species itself.
Yeah, I like that.
See if I can find some images of that original concept. Or sorry, of the critters themselves, sorry. Ooh, oh god, my chest. Painfully.
Well, I'm doing better. I'm happy about that.
It's like, I'm succeeding. Yeah.
I actually turned the tide of this war. I feel happy now. I actually did something to help, and I don't feel angry.
Yay.
Now, which is funny, because the last few minutes I've just been telling people in the chat that KYS die in an automobile wreck.
My guy, why?
You guys are just making me mad, and I'm just trying to be like Wings, where he's like, I hope you died in auto if you're right. Of course I'm joking, but...
Absolute asshole. It's fun. It's like, fuck you, and... Sorry, I'm still laughing about that. Did you ever hear Mr. Wings Gun?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Wings is streaming. Let's try five.
Goodbye. Inside, he starts raging. Everybody saves the cliff, and then we're banned. Make a new account next day. Hey. What I love about that is that they actually use his blubbering, like when he's flying. Oh, it's my favorite. It's my favorite fucking thing. Oh, man. Actually, if you want, going back to like this Moby and Eel robot concept, I think I might have a cartoonish worm model in Gary's mod, and I do have some metal Sonic bodies. If you want, I could concept some of this and send it to you, see how it looks or how the idea could work.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, they won't be perfect, mind you. They'll be kind of like, but the idea is to get the concept across, you know? Let me see if I can find like a decent one. Let's see here. In terms of Metal Sonics, I think the only ones they have is the, what's it called? Oh god, I almost threw it there. Excuse me. Oh god. Just the ones from like the, Generations and stuff like that, so I'm gonna have to reuse that a couple times. I'll see if I can't like alter it in some way to show like damaged or repaired. Bear with me with that. Let's see here. Actually, where is Objective Alpha is now out. Ah, yes, I can use the interior attack. Should be a few others this old man's made. Failing that, I could also use some Metroid models that will cartoona those a bit. Let's see here. Alright. I'll snag these, see what I can do with that. Might also try some Risk of Raid stuff, see if that works too. Failing all that, I could also try some Subnautica things too. I'm gonna also change the eye color of a Metal Sonic, try to depict a quote-unquote good Metal Sonic almost. Okay, let's see here. Ah! There you are. Okay. Ah! Oh, oh, oh. Let's see here, there's that other aspect. There's this concept. Let me see. I am actually curious though. Do you have any plans to do any kind of other Sonic spin-off games, like aside from Sonic himself?
Spin-off games,
Yeah, like focused on another character like Tails or something like that.
Shadow
Really?
the Hedgehog 2.
Electric Boogaloo.
Yeah. I mainly just because I wanted to make a big FU to Sega and make Shadow at his 06 character, you know?
Okay. How would that work, though? I mean, technically speaking, aren't the Black Arms extinct by this point?
You don't have to have the Black Arms as the enemy.
Okay.
Also,
so
how would you feel with Rouge having like a New York accent? Okay.
I mean, is this asking me is like, do I find it sexually arousing, or is it more like, ooh, I don't know?
Yeah, sexually arousing.
I mean, it could be.
Okay, I was just wondering. Anyways, yeah, so the idea I had was that, you know, Shadow was being... He had to fight off, you know, lower tier people first, you know, like Scourge was like going to be the guy who's going to be fighting, or Surge. It was like, you know, these Band-Aid Mobians, and you have to actually like fight them, you know, with the gunplay and stuff like that, and then it slowly advances to like, you know, Eggman stuff, and you know, I haven't fought out everything yet, but I just know I want there to be like different factions and that have their own like, you know,
reason for doing this.
Well, yeah, and with their different play styles. Like I remember, I was kind of concepting the SWAT bot, you know, fighting styles, where they just kind of like, you know, that there's heavy and light ones, you know, and they kind of like, and they also have voice lines, kind of like in Halo, where they'll say funny stuff.
Why was I programmed to feel pain?
Yeah.
It could work. Actually, I think I might have a general idea for that. Playing up with the 06 idea, what if the concept, like the main like arching baddie, could be something like what happened in 06, the idea that Eggman is getting an object or an artifact and basically going like, yes, with this Scepter of Ra, I'll use it to conquer the world, right? But basically when he does that, or when he unleashes it, the power within doesn't do what he wants. Instead, kind of like scatters in some different direction, kind of like what happened Unleashed, and starts creating like this sort of like strange, powerful energy oddity. Like maybe it's like an essence of darkness or something like that. So some of like the features are created to resemble, I don't know, like bigger monsters or like mythological creatures. I don't know, like something like that I think could probably work.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Well, I wanted Metal Shadow to be the main antagonist.
And so someone who's directly pulling the strings.
Yeah, essentially.
It could work.
Well, it's because, you know, they take Mecha Sonic and turn him into Metal Shadow. That was the idea. But, you know, like I said, I'm not entirely... I don't know, Mecha Sonic kind of has the shadow frame. I'm talking about the one from Sonic 3, by the way.
Oh yeah, the one with the singular eye.
Yeah, the big blue one that can turn super.
Okay. No, that's an interesting concept. Actually, I think you can make that work with the idea of like, what's the word? Like, it could be like this, basically. The body is that of the Mecha Sonic, but the programming, like the main brain and everything, is from one of the Shadow enemies. But once it's plugged into the system, it kind of has like its own like Shadow identity crisis problem. It's not the same as Sonic or Shadow the Hedgehog, where it's like, who am I? Why am I here? Yada yada yada. It's more like, I am Shadow, but what is Shadow? Who is Shadow? Like, you know, this idea of like its trying to understand what and who Shadow is to be better equipped to be Shadow.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, Shadow already had his thing with Mephiles, and Mephiles is kind of like the Metal Sonic to Shadow. But I think, what would be like a cool thing to do, well, like I said, I'm going to be incorporating a lot of this plot into Sonic Multiverse, because in Sonic Multiverse, there's going to be some changes to the thing, but I'm still going to have Mecha Shadow, but in Sonic Multiverse he's supposed to be, he's not supposed to be a villain at all. And in Shadow the Hedgehog 2 concept, he's supposed to be the villain, I guess. I don't know. Yeah.
I can see that working. In fact, that's something I've often mentioned as well in terms of Sonic. I think the best way to do a Sonic multiverse really is to kind of set up the multiverse as
well,
something
Sonic
that...
Multiverse is for my not safe for work stuff.
Oh, okay, so...
That's why I said I'm incorporating some of the details of it to kind of like test it out,
I see. Not a bad concept. Again, can be careful about it. I was just talking more in general about the multiverse concept for Sonic. Is that it can work. It's not a bad idea. It's just when you do incorporate it, you kind of. I think the best way to do it is to kind of like set it up where it is. What's the word here? I'm trying to think of the right word. Where it's something that's established and it's possible to kind of bridge the many other realities out there, but it doesn't necessarily need to be the de facto. Like, you don't need a story completely surrounded.
Yeah.
But that's again, that's as far as I think it could work. Again, it's part of like the similar idea I had a long time ago with my the concept for what's it called? Sonic Shattered Dimension. The idea was that there is supposed to be other realities that bridge with Sonic. It's kind of like what's the word? Together almost, but they're so separate from each other that there are like dimensions that are completely like closed but not completely isolated, like locked off. And then there's something in the middle that bridges everything together, like kind of like a nexus or a hub of things. I think if you were to incorporate that aspect, or kind of like suggest that there is a central hub of sorts, but not to like say like, oh, here we have a council of Sonics or something retarded like that. It's more like
like I said, Sonic Multiverse is a not safe for work thing, so it's not going to be any involvement with the Shadow the Hedgehog 2. I was just saying.
No, I get that. I'm giving my own opinion on the concept of it, I should say. Like, I believe that I believe that Sonic should embrace the idea of the multiverse and just kind of use that as a way to make everything and not everything canonical to the series, basically. You know? I guess that's the best way I can kind of put that together, I suppose. But that's aside the point. Or, not aside the point, sorry. That's kind of how I approach it when it comes to the whole Sonic thing. The idea is that whenever we see something that's from a different continuity, like the UK comics, the Archie comics, the, what's it called? The UK comic, all these sorts of things, right? What's the word? I'm trying to think of the right word here. All these things, we're just seeing one interpretation of the multiverse in that specific moment. In a lot of ways, it's kind of how Christian does this whole, like, oh, we can see into the other reality, but I have the perfect vision because I am narcissistic. It's more of a case of, we can, it's other realities kind of coalescing and fixing, basically. And if they were to meet, in somewhere in the middle, it could work and could bring up some interesting stories, since the Sonics from other realities tend to be considerably different from the originals. You know, like for example, the UK Sonic is basically a little jerk face, whereas with like the Sonic X version isn't that much of a jerk. The UK version of Amy is much more of a badass warrior girl, whereas like Sonic X isn't. You know, it's that sort of thing where there's enough differences where it could work out correctly. You know.
Yeah.
And that's all I can really say on that. It's like there's something there that could work. It just requires effort and actual decent writing, and not trying to depict every character as the same thing. You know.
Yeah.
that's all I can really say on that. Anything? Let me see here. Right. Okay, I think I found some models that can work. So, let me go ahead and I'm gonna start working on this concept a bit more. The idea of like, for the sake of this species, let's call it wormbians or something like Mobian worms or something like that. And I'm gonna work on this concept. I'm gonna see how it'll look. Then I'll send it to you via private chat. I don't think you're gonna be on much longer because when I load up my Garry's Mod, this thing takes like 3 hours to go through. And I fucking hate it. I've tried everything in my power to fix it. It just will not fix. It detests me. It hates me. It wants me to suffer endlessly, and I fucking can't stand it. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and hop off the call, and a little later I'll be right back. I'll bring you the concepts and everything like it. Before I do, quick question.
Yeah.
This alien world, how does it look? Or what is your mental image of it, so I can at the very least try to mimic it as best as possible?
It takes a lot of the zones from Extreme and turns them into actual, more traditional. They look, you know, the zones in Extreme that are kind of hinted at, like Jade Gully has bluegrass. Actually, I need to give you the whole entire list of it to understand, because it's kind of hard for me to really put it into perspective. If that makes sense.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to reuse the Green Hill map I have here in Garry's Mod. Again, since this is just going to be concept arting, I'm just going to use that for a general, this is what it could look like, basically. From there, you'll decide if it looks right, if it needs more work, etc., etc. Let me see if I can pull up some more Metal Sonics before I go ahead and do that. Just to give a variety of concepts and designs. Let's see. Okay. Oh yeah, someone made these models too. Did you look into some of the models people have been making?
No. I don't know where they post them.
It's in the workshop here. Basically, someone made all the what's it called? They ported over the E series into Garry's Mod. They look pretty good. Here, I'll send you the yeah. The only one missing is the purple one's huge fuck off form, but other than that, everyone's here.
What about the black one with the shield arms?
Oh yeah, he's here too. Beta.
Yeah, I like his costume.
There you go. Sent in private.
Okay, I'll check it out when I can.
Okay. Ow, my fucking toes. Alright, let's see here. You know, I'm actually surprised Eggman hasn't ever returned to the E-Series outside of Omega.
Well, Heroes, as we all know, is actually gonna have that, so...
And then they're like, oh, fuck you.
And then they brought back the Chaotix. And then kind of made the classic ones not exist. Well, I saw an interesting video by Pariah about that whole thing.
Yeah, the original design's never showing up anywhere. It's just a modern take.
You watched it?
Part of it. I didn't see it all the way because I had work at like in 5 minutes. So I was like, okay, watch this real quick. Bye.
Yeah, I watched it at McDonald's on Friday because, you know, I just had nothing else, and he kind of said, oh yeah, Sonic Team doesn't like having things that they don't make in other games. Well, in their games.
Which is true. Again, Ian could be nice and give us things from the other stuff we really like and enjoy, but it's like, lol, no. So, fuck you, Ian. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the Christian pack, that's still there. I'm still surprised someone went through the effort to create Christian and all this stupid shit. So, it's so sad. It's like the talent these people do. Let's see here.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sonic EXE, cringe, over. Okay, so yeah. So there's the CD Metal song. I can probably work with that a bit. It's going to be a bit jank, but I think I can make it work. Let's see here. What else? Who else? Let me see. God, yeah, the EXE pack. Someone actually made that. Kind of surprising. Sorry, I just saw something silly. Actually... Hold on, let me see something here. No. Let's see. I'm the beaker. Okay, I think I'm just about got everything sorted here. I don't think I'm missing anything else. Again, since this is just concept arting, I don't think I need to create super like crazy detailed Mechasonics, do I?
Yeah.
Alright. So just reusing models and trying to make them... Okay, I can work with that. Okay. Alright, I've got everything here. I'm gonna boot up Gary's mod and start working on these concepts and seeing how they'll go. Okay, so I'll see you later, kid, alright?
Okay, see ya.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, guys, capture this.
I'm taking heavy fire over here!
god, dude. Can't even use that from...
There's your ammo! Defend this objective! Enemy UAV! Request of your current position. We've just lost objective Alpha. I need you to defend this objective! Enemy TAC ops just went down. We have taken objective Alpha. Attack this objective! Listen up! I spotted a hostile surface! Hostile surface! Press deployed sailor!
Yeah, sixth place. God damn it. I got the robot. Okay, I'm gonna get something quickly.
Me when I see women. Me when I see big black men walking around with their willies hanging out.
Mods, crush the skull. Thank you.
Okay, we're back.
Heads up, Commander is online.
Objective Alpha has just been neutralized. Objective Alpha has been taken. We own Objective Alpha.
Well, I got an AC-130 though.
Looks like you have a hostile boat east of your position. We have neutralized objective Charlie.
Why is no one? Oh my god! What a fucking bullshit. Sweet man.
Objective Echo has been neutralized. Objective Echo is in our control. Objective Charlie has been neutralized. I say again, Objective Charlie has been neutralized. Listen up. Enemy Asian soldiers south of your position. We control Objective Alpha. I can fix your vehicle. There's a hostile plane. Hostile plane.
Okay, so this asshole tells me, "Oh hey, I can come and help you," and then I get killed.
Enemy commander electronics are down.
It's not my fault.
Objective Echo is under enemy control.
No, I helped them.
I have eyes on a hostile AT soldier north of your current location. I'm totally pinned down. Hey, take I've got a visual on enemy bogies in your position. Be advised, Bill.
No, I. Oh, for sakes. So much bullshit's happening. Why? And now it's gone.
He's now taking objective Delta.
Let's go give Charlie some more assistance.
We have neutralized objective Charlie.
Oh. What? I thought I could... Yet again from behind. I hate being killed from behind. I'm just trying to have fun with the AC-130. It's that King Ching Chai guy. Wait, what was it called again? Yeah, I was right. Oh my god, I just wanted to use the...
Lost objective Delta. We now control objective Charlie. All stations, gunship rolling into
I wanted
engage.
to pilot it.
There's an enemy boat north of your location. Objective Charlie now lost. We have taken objective Charlie. We have neutralized objective Delta.
Yet again, like, I'm trying to, like, level this up so I can get better stuff for it, but I can't when I'm constantly dying on it. Just keep spawning and dying. It's just annoying me because I just want to fucking have a good time.
Enemy TOC just went down. Objective Alpha has been neutralized. There's an enemy sniper south of your location. We lost objective Alpha. We have neutralized objective Bravo.
I think I got it.
Objective Bravo is ours. Objective Delta has been neutralized.
just don't get it. I don't get how people play this game sometimes.
Enemy helicopter spotted. I got eyes on an enemy helicopter.
Of course, if my enemy was shooting that at me, it would have hit me. Yeah, out of.
Electronic system just got free.
I will admit I often say things I don't mean in the heat of the moment without thinking about what I'm saying.
Objective Echo is in our control. Objective Alpha is under our control. Objective Foxtrot was neutralized.
It's just when I die and it's not my fault, it pisses me off. Because at the end of the day, that's not my fault. I'm not the one who chose to drive that. Well, let's try this out, and if it doesn't work, we'll just stick to ground stuff. Perfect.
Objective Charlie is under our control. Objective Alpha is now neutralized. Let me repair your vehicle. There appears to be an enemy vehicle south of where you are. Check in. We have control of Objective Alpha. Hey, come on. I can repair your vehicle. Enemy tank east of your current position. I need a ride. Listen up, men. We have lost Objective Echo.
There we go.
We've taken Objective Bravo. Inside tank, soldiers east of your location. Objective Alpha, yes, neutralized.
That's what I like to see. I'm not really this good at piloting, but I'm actually really good at gunner for a guy because I have
Keep to your
fun.
position. I've spotted an anti-tank soldier. We've taken objective Alpha. There appears to be an enemy
What?
machine gunner operating north of you.
Oh my god, why? Spending your time typing in the chat. What the f... Okay. frick?
We've just lost objective Foxtrot.
Okay, one more game. I don't know how any of this works, man. Yeah, that's the rocket launcher.
атаковать! Objective Alpha is... Обороняйте эту цель!
god, why? Yeah, this all happened because guess who... Why, man? These people bragging like they're so good right now. How? Come on, can no one kill this thing? Why can't anyone on my team do this? Why? Like seriously, it's always it's so fucking annoying.
Hey, you doing alright?
No, I'm not.
What happened? happened?
This game is shit and it's making me feel like shit.
Ah, I see. Well, I'm just laying out of my bed and chilling out right now. Just got off VR chat.
Okay, I see.
Yeah. So I'm just chilling out, looking at some big butts. That's pretty much what I'm doing right now.
Alright.
Because I need something horny in my life.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Not everybody's good at video games sometimes. Even if you tried your best or don't try at all, then I don't know what to tell you. Been there, done that. Sometimes you might win, sometimes you might not. It just happens in games like that.
I guess that is true. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sometimes I question myself.
And that's why like people are just so super hard and like super glued onto the game. Like they just can't get out of it and like act like they're like the only thing to win is just to be competitive against people like every single time. But that's just a terrible mindset, mostly, I guess. Well, I'm about to head out, Jordan. I'm about to get some sleep. I'll catch you around.
Okay, catch you around too.
Laters.